I will now call to order the Wytheville Town Council meeting Tuesday, November 12, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the Municipal Building at 150 East Monroe Street, Wytheville, Virginia. We do have a quorum. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Patterson. Vice Mayor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. I need a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, this is a roll call vote. Start with Councilman Gilman.
Gilman, aye.
Patterson, aye.
Taylor, aye.
Atkins, aye. Johnson, aye.
That is approved. Next is just a report that if we need to recess, it is in the minutes. Next is consent agenda, which consists of the minutes of the regular meeting of October 28, 2024. I need a motion.
I move that we approve the regular minutes of October 28th.
A motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, and that motion passes. Next on the agenda, he's not here yet, right? All right. We're going to skip over the next agenda item, and then when that person shows up, we'll accommodate him. So next on the agenda is for council to consider scheduling a meet and greet session or reappointing Ms. Kathleen Lassiter to the Wytheville Economic Development Authority. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion for Ms. Lassiter?
I so move.
You didn't, nobody had a staff report on that, did you? Did you want to have a staff report on that?
No, but just you've already said it to either appoint or do a meet and greet.
Mm-hmm.
Meet and greet.
Meet and greet.
You did a motion to meet and greet.
Okay, so we have a motion to meet and greet. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Madam Mayor, that'll be at 4:30 the next.
And so that time will be at 4:30 p.m. at our next
Yes, ma'am.
meeting.
It'll be a work session.
Next on the agenda is to consider the request of Downtown Wytheville Incorporated to provide traffic control on Saturday, December 7th, 2024 for the Wytheville Christmas Parade and celebration. We have a staff report.
Good evening. I'm pleased to present the application by Downtown Wytheville for the traffic control and street closure related to the Christmas parade. The event is scheduled for December the 7th, and in your packets you have information about the event and a map of the parade route. There has been one update since your packets were prepared for you. If I may go ahead and pass this out for you at this time. So since your packets were prepared, Downtown Wytheville regularly hosts a meeting with some of the key players that work on organizing that event. And in partnership with Brian Bard of the Wytheville PD, a decision was made that we hope you will agree with, which was to change the parade staging location. And so what I just passed out was that update to what was in your packets. So this year, what they would like to do is to do the parade staging at the Wytheville Community College access road there off of East Main Street. They think that this would be a safer approach. The size of the parade has grown throughout the years, and the ability to stage all of those vehicles and floats and whatnot by having it at the college was the reason for that change. I also have Charlie from downtown Wytheville here. If you guys want more information about that change, he'd be happy to go over that with you. But tonight, what we are asking from town council is the approval of the street closure traffic control. This did go through Safety and Events Committee, and everybody was in favor of this event. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer what I can, and hope that you will give this your approval tonight. Thank you.
Any other questions?
The barriers, will they be good with water this year?
I believe so. Charlie, did you all talk about that?
Yes, we did. I don't believe that we used positive barricades for the Christmas parade, since there isn't any permanent street closure. It's more of like a road stop.
All right.
So like the barriers that we used before will not be used?
I believe they typically use fire trucks and things of that nature, correct?
Yes, they use highway
Yeah.
vehicles.
Right. So the reason being is once the parade comes through, they pull those things out pretty quickly so that they can open the street right away.
So there will be no barriers, the barriers that we usually fill with water?
The Jersey barriers, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
But if there is, we fill them with water?
Absolutely. Sure. Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
All right, so this time I need a motion.
I move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion and a second by Mr. Gilman. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? That motion passes. Next on the agenda is a presentation by representatives of Salt and Light regarding financial information for proposed splash pad. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of Town Council. Tonight, we would like to speak to you about the importance of a feasibility study for the splash pad project in Withers Park, a project we believe will bring lasting benefits to our town. To start, we want to emphasize the critical role that a feasibility study plays in making informed decisions about the splash pad. This study will give us a realistic understanding of the project's viability, scope, and costs. It will allow us to make decisions based on accurate, detailed, and information and set a strong foundation for moving the project forward. Beyond that, the feasibility study is essential for securing additional funding. Many potential funders require a formal study to ensure the project is well planned and sustainable. With this study in place, we'll be better positioned to access new funding sources and fulfill any specific criteria required by major funders. In the long term, the feasibility study will help ensure the splash pad's success by confirming its practicality, financial sustainability, and design. By taking this step, we can ensure that the splash pad will be a functional, valued asset for our community, benefiting Wytheville residents for years to come.
Salt and Light is committed to securing as much funding as possible for this project. As a first step, we've obtained a generous grant from the With Bland Foundation, earmarked specifically for the feasibility study at Withers Park. Any remaining funds will be directed towards the splash pad itself. With that in mind, we would like to formally request the following motion to place the splash pad feasibility study on the agenda for the next meeting and to instruct staff to make a recommendation as to the need for the competitive procurement of the feasibility study. The purpose of this motion is to bring the study up for discussion at the next council meeting and to request a recommendation from the staff on whether a competitive procurement process is necessary. This approach will ensure transparency and adherence to best practices, helping choose the best partner for conducting the study.
Moving forward, Salt and Light remains dedicated to supporting the town council and bringing this project to life. We're committed to a strong partnership with the town, sharing resources and working closely to make this vision a reality. Thank you all for considering this request and for your openness to exploring what we believe will be a transformative project for Wytheville. We look forward to working with each of you to bring the splash pad to life, creating a space that families, children, and community members of all ages can enjoy. Thank you, and now we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Everybody good?
Mayor Taylor, I would like to, after hearing their report, the information as far as the feasibility study, I would like to move to place the splash pad feasibility study on the agenda for our next meeting and to instruct staff to make a recommendation as to the need for a competitive procurement of the feasibility study.
So we have a motion put before us. Do we have a second? Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Right here, none. This is going to be a roll call vote. Again,
Johnson, aye.
Johnson. Taylor, aye.
Patterson, aye.
Gilman, aye.
All right, so that passes unanimously, and in 2 weeks we'll have further dialogue. So we're all excited about that. And if I'm not mistaken, we have a guest speaker here who might have just arrived. Is Mr. Jim Accurso here? Hello and welcome. If you want to come to the podium and state your name and your address just for the minutes. And thank you for coming here this evening.
Okay.
Thank you all for the presentation. Thank you for staying consistent.
Apologies for being late. Yes, I am Jim Accurso. I am a public affairs specialist with the Small Business Administration, Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. And I'm here to let the residents of Wytheville know that we are providing disaster loans to anyone who had any damages due to Hurricane Helene, or Tropical Storm Helene, as it's called here in Southwest Virginia. Between the period of September 25th to October 3rd, the loans that we offer are for homeowners and renters as well as businesses. We're helping homeowners to the tune of $500,000 for physical damage to their structures, as well as $100,000 for the contents of their homes. Renters are also eligible for that $100,000 amount for contents of the home. Businesses can get up to $2 million for physical damage to their structures, as well as inventory and supplies. And then we also offer economic injury disaster loans for businesses that had a working capital loss. They were unable to conduct business. So, understanding, of the water issues and the wind issues and the power issues, perhaps some businesses were closed an extended period. And as they look at their books over the coming months, they have until July 2nd of 2025 to apply for those economic injury disaster loans. I sent information to Brandy, and I believe it's all in your packets. And I know it's been shared on the website and with the chamber. So we're getting the word out. I recently was on the radio station here in town and got out some information. The business physical damage loans, those are also $2 million. And so homeowners and renters and businesses have until December 2nd. Currently, that's the deadline to apply. So we encourage anyone to come on into the center here and actually talk to somebody and see if there's a way we can help them. I know some folks are maybe reluctant because it's a loan, but the interest rates are 4% and less, and the first year of the loan is deferred interest free. There's no fee to apply. There's no obligation to take the loan if it's awarded. And if, in fact, the loan is awarded, you have 60 days to actually decide if you want to take the loan. But once it's locked in at that interest rate, you begin paying, you pay the loan back in month 13, and that's not going to change over the life of the loan. Loans are typically 15 and 30 years, but when you work with your loan officer, you can suggest, what your terms are, and if you don't want the whole $2 million, exactly what you want. So we give you that freedom, we give you that flexibility. And then additionally, homeowners and business owners have up to 2 years to put in mitigation measures and get an additional 20% on top of that loan. So any measure that they put in place to keep storm damage from happening, that could be landscaping, that could be removing trees, that could be waterproofing a basement, or anything along those lines. So again, the Small Business Administration is here to help with any type of long-term assistance after what they initially get from FEMA. So we're side by side with FEMA at the center. So when folks come into the center, we're also occupying a few desks there. We've got trained and experienced customer service reps there to help as well. So we're here in Wytheville to help, and just want to let everybody know, please come by and see us. We could be here beyond that deadline date. It's still not set. It could be extended. There's a little flexibility with that deadline date. It's not hard and fast, but we still do encourage folks to come on in. They still got another 3 weeks to meet that deadline date. And I can take any questions if anybody has any.
So you said there is some people up there where FEMA is, which is at the museum.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah. Yep. 6 days a week. Yes, Mayor, they're there 6 days a week, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And so come on in if you have any questions at all. Folks might think, well, I don't have I have too high, but my credit score is too high. We're not going to eliminate someone because of credit score. We're going to work with them. If they can demonstrate the ability to repay, we're going to work with them. If they get declined, a lot of times folks will put in an application and it'll get instantly declined. Well, there's a reason why. Maybe they got a typo in their driver's license number or whatever, but we're there to help. They can also apply online, but if you come into the center, you're going to work with someone who's going to really walk them through it. Folks ask if there's any specific forms or pictures or anything they need to bring when they apply. They used to have to bring information, and now we just get the application started. And because everyone's situation is unique, when you work with your loan officer, they'll let you know if you need to provide documentation, if it's it's a partnership, or tax information or whatever you can provide. So we're just here to help, and we encourage everyone to come on up and see us. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is update by Town Treasurer Angela Pennington regarding the Town of Wytheville real property and personal property tax tickets and the extension of the due date.
Good evening, everyone. I still do not have the personal property tax file from the Commissioner's office. I did get the real estate tax ticket. Air Software Company, Edmunds, has been working on that file, and they're supposed to send me the file ready to import tomorrow. So we'll see if that happens. Hopefully it will, so we can start working on air stuff to get them out. And then we wanted to discuss the extension, if you want to do a 60-day extension to February 5th, or a 90-day extension to March 5th, or whatever you all are thinking. Whatever y'all want to do works for us, so we'll make it work. The 60-day extension is to February 5th, and the 90-day extension would be to March 5th. But we'll be closer to getting the real estate tax file out than we will the personal property, since we haven't received that file from the Commissioner's office yet.
I think we should do an extension to March the 5th. a 90-day extension to allow people time to respond.
I agree. I like the date.
I do have a question. I didn't know if y'all had a chance to look into about just changing the date altogether. Didn't know, like the pros and cons of law, or if we could do that. I just didn't know.
I did look
Yeah,
into
you're
that. You all
allowed.
should have an email relative to that, but the law does allow the council to change that deadline. It does call out December 5th in the code, but then it goes on into the next sentence to basically say at the council, at the governing body's discretion, you may set another deadline.
Would you all entertain changing the date, the due date? Would you all entertain a discussion on changing the due date?
My only question is do we need to get past this part first, or does it matter?
I think since it's a code change, I would defer to Mr. Castle on that. It may require a hearing to change the code on that date. I'm not sure. I would suggest you put it on a separate meeting, but this certainly gets us through this year, but then get it on a future agenda. You're talking about permanent. I wasn't following you. Yes, Sorry. yes,
Yes.
permanent.
Yes, that will require, this one that you're doing because of extenuating circumstances, but no, if you're wanting to do it permanently, we'll have to do a code change.
Okay.
But we can do that.
Sure.
Yes, sir. I brought that up last time, and I just would like to see it permanent. I know this would be good to get us through this year. So even when I worked with the treasury department many years ago, that was a lot of people's concerns about Christmas. It was the 15th, I believe it was back then. 15th. It gave us a little bit more time from December. But I do think that it'd be great if we all look at it together and take like forever.
All right, so for tonight, does anybody have any more questions or for her? I think we,
Do we need to make a motion as far as the extension goes?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion for a 90-day extension, March 5th, 2024. Or would be 2025, excuse me. And 24.
All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, hearing none, this will be a roll call vote. Mr. Gilman?
Gilman, aye.
Patterson, on.
Taylor, aye?
Atkins, aye.
Johnson, aye.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Porter, is there a way that we can kind of sit down and
All right, next on the agenda is an updated planning director, Dr. John Woods, regarding options for the bike racks on Main Street. Mr. Woods.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Since your packets were prepared, I did receive one additional quote, and it's actually probably the best quote we've gotten from the Game Time company. I requested quotes from 7 suppliers and received replies from 5 of those. Some provided quotes for 2 different types of mounting systems. There are 2 ways that these bike racks can be installed. One would be a surface mount, which basically there's a flange on the bottom of the bike rack, which can be bolted directly into concrete. And the other would be to dig a hole and pour a concrete footing around the footing or around the base of the unit. And so when you see on your list, there's ground mount and surface mount. That indicates the type of bike rack for that particular quote. From the perspective of our installation, a surface mount would be much easier and take less resources from our public works crew, as well as being a quicker install, where if a footing hole needs to be dug, that means removing the brick sidewalk, cutting a hole in the concrete, digging the hole, a multi-day process of setting the form, letting it cure. And so it's a more involved process, which would extend the number of hours our crew works, as well as the disruption to the sidewalks downtown. Of the quotes, the one that came in from Game Time, I received that on yesterday. That quote was for $580.01. It was a ground mount type, but in talking with our sales representative today, they also have a surface mount version that would work. He is working up a revised quote that would include that particular unit and the appropriate mounting hardware. The other quotes, 790 from Pilot Rock, 919 from a company named Madrax. That surface mount version, they are the only ones that submitted a detail that will actually recognizes the way our sidewalks are constructed. Those quotes that all but the ones from the park catalog and treetop products are at least viable for our sidewalk. The surface mount quote from treetop, although it was the cheapest at $295, the dimensions of the unit won't work with our brick sidewalks. There's not enough clearance to be installed. And there are other two options, which are a little bit cheaper, have problems. The first one, the surface mount, it requires 3 separate units to do the same, to store the same amount of bikes, because their loop style didn't work, so you have to use their single unit. And that's the $517 option. Their ground mount, we could make it work, but we would have to bring it up and not put quite as much into the footing as is normally preferred. The other concern I have with treetop products, we have had some bad results with products we bought through that company previously from corrosion. And so I'm concerned about, I haven't used one of their bike racks before, but their ash urns that we purchased for the downtown streetscape corroded within a couple of years and had to be thrown out. They weren't repairable. Of the options here, I would recommend going with the Game Time, excuse me, at the $580. But I would approve a little more in your budgeting to cover the cost of the mounting hardware, that if we can get that surface mount option. Any questions that I can answer?
Some of these quotes that have tax, they'll probably be lower tax.
Yeah, and in those cases where there was a tax, I actually deleted that from the number that you see here. And so they had included it. And if we were to submit the appropriate tax documentation, that would be waived. But so the number that you see in the quotes reflects that tax being deducted.
So we're looking at 2, one on each side of Main Street. Just a question.
Well, the original request was to do one first, but we had 4 locations that were recommended, and I was asked to prepare two locations, one being on the north side of Main Street, somewhere near Heritage Walk, and the other being on the south side of Main Street near Skeeters. And so the Todd Wolford of downtown Wytheville did a simulation showing those, and that should be contained in your packet.
Requested where they go.
We worked with downtown Wytheville, identified those locations as being the spot where bike racks would be needed the most. And then I went out and looked specifically to find the locations where placing a bike rack would cause the least amount of interference with pedestrian traffic. And so
And one of those was down by the bookstore?
no, it's actually right where the Heritage Walk crosses, sort of on the corner below the windows of the offices of downtown Wytheville. So it's between Heritage Walk and the banner pole. There's a little section of sidewalk that's sort of cut off from the main flow by the planters that are in that area. And then the location near Skeeters is actually sort of in front of PR Sturgill Jewelers in a spot that it's next to a no parking area, so there's not a lot of foot traffic coming off of the street from parked cars. So both of those are locations that we felt would be out of, wouldn't be underfoot for somebody who's walking down the sidewalk.
So one is near PF Starbucks, in between, it's near PF Starbucks. The other is located down where Pavilion Physical Therapy is.
Yes, I believe that's right.
I like the idea. I don't know if it's the idea near the bookstore. Dr. Woods, could these not be like anchored in instead of messing up the brick? Could these not be anchored in into the little garden area?
No, there really isn't enough room to do that. And that would end up in trampling the landscape. The nice thing about the brick sidewalks, it's dry laid brick, so that brick can be pulled out, the work can be done on the concrete underneath, and then the brick can be saw cut and replaced. And it would be tough to see that anything had changed. It'll look like it had been done as part of the original project. So that's the good news about having the brick. The bad news is that since you've got basically an inch of sand and 4 inches of brick, you have to have a pretty high clearance for that bike rack, and that's why the treetop version just doesn't work.
So these are in areas where there is less or more foot traffic.
Those are out of the main traffic flow for pedestrians.
Wouldn't mind seeing one on maybe on the bookstore side as well. Maybe down a little bit, that way they're sort of free.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of places in that area where the traffic flow, since there's fewer planters down there, those tend to direct people away from areas. We didn't have those to help direct flow around. That doesn't mean we can't find something that would work.
Isn't there like a big row of beautiful roses right there?
There are some roses there along the, and that planter there is actually there to provide a buffer between that. There's a retaining wall and a big drop off, and that the reason for those plants being there is partly to provide a little bit of screening to that parking area down below, but also to keep foot traffic away from that edge. And so it'd be, we'd want to think twice.
Move traffic away from that edge. Did you place one bike rack on either side?
Possibly there is an area that we expanded some brickwork in front of that last storefront. I don't recall if there was enough room to put a bike rack in there or not. The comment from Todd and Charlie when I spoke with them was that these areas that we've identified were the areas where there's been more interest from the business owners, and so I can't speak to that, to why they.
Just suggested that's when I would have mentioned it before. That, like I said, I'm Mayor Town's idea, but that's a good idea. If it was, it was not.
No, I was not requesting it to be at the bookstore, but originally my vision, so it was like that. But I think
The original plan was that the bike racks would be placed there between Count's Drugs and where the bookstore is now. That was the original intent. Your predecessors at the time, when it came time to install those bike racks, had the feeling that that would not be a good location, and they asked us to just omit them from the plan, which is what we did. That was a request from council at the time.
We're going to do one, and I appreciate everybody's work and trying to figure out where the best place, and we'll put one in one of those areas, and then we can really evaluate what Ms. Atkins is talking about for maybe another one. But if it's not good for the pedestrians to be there, then we don't want it there.
Yeah, well, obviously, if these become popular, if it helps increase bike ridership in town, I think it's, we can revisit it and look for other locations. The future pocket park that's planned for the lot between, well, it's next door to the paperclip. The plan is to incorporate a bike rack in that space, and that way they can initially design it to be in a good place for pedestrians. And there's also another location we've identified up on the east end near the Seven Sisters and Dutch Boy Furniture. So we are looking at other locations, but these are the two locations that downtown Wytheville told me were the priority locations.
Are we talking about one, or are we talking about two?
There are two locations that are shown in your packet. The first one that was proposed is there at Heritage Walk on the north side. And that was picked for proximity to, as people use Heritage Walk to come in, that it would be nice to have a place to park the bike immediately. It's also right across the street from the Millwall. And so though that was the reason why that was picked as the first location. And up at the area near Skeeters, it's felt that between Skeeters and the Grind, that was a spot that people with bicycles would be more likely to want to stop because of the nature of the businesses that are there.
So again, are we talking about one? Are we talking about the two that are on here?
That is up to you. I've given you the per unit price, and it is really up to you all to decide how many you want to start with. Before the new sidewalks were built, there were two portable bike racks that Well, they were pretty sketchy looking, but there were two.
I would really like to see two if we had two there before. I think we need to replace two if they were damaged or however they got, destroyed or whatever. Or the two, I think, is a good number to start with. And then, see the need and it'd be good to see how they came up with a study of the foot traffic. That's great.
Mhm.
So I would like to see two replaced. Two, that's okay.
So you're saying two at the same time as opposed to one and then
Two at the
later?
same time, yes, ma'am. And then if we see a need later on, because we did have two.
Mhm.
And then if we do see a need later on, as Little Pocket Parksville or down to the post office, just maybe see the citizens.
Yeah.
I think two's good. If that's okay. Council.
Yeah, that I've given you the price and at least a couple of locations that I think are viable and safe for pedestrians. And
Thank you.
And what do we do with these bike racks during snow season? They just kind of hang out?
they're going to be fixed in place. It's not something you're going to move. The benches that are there haven't been bolted down, and so those can be picked up and moved but these are going to be permanently placed.
Any other questions for?
Great job. Thank you. And again, downtown.
Thank you, John. All right, well, does anybody want to make a motion?
Mayor Taylor, I'd like to make a motion to replace the two bike racks in this design that they came up with back in downtown here. Please.
All right, so I have a motion for two bike racks, as we discussed.
You want to discuss the vendor, Ms. Atkins?
I would not want to go with the one that does not have good quality. I do not want to go there. Whatever the council wants to agree on, I would like to be there for, several years.
So you'd like more of a high quality?
High quality for downtown.
Dr. Woods, which ones do you recommend as far as the company goes? With those directions? Cheap and quality.
We don't cheat.
The two that I would recommend, Game Time is a company that's been around. The playground equipment that I played on in kindergarten was made by Game Time. They're that old, and so I trust their equipment, and they're the next cheapest, so that's the one I would go with. Pilot Rock is also a good unit, but they didn't have a surface mount option that would work, so I think Game Time is your better bet. It will probably be a little more than that 580 because if we go with the surface mount, which I would prefer, there will be some mounting hardware that will have to be added to that. Probably be in the neighborhood of $30 to $40 per unit.
Dr. Wood, you said you would not suggest treetop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So to somewhat amend Ms. Atkins' request of the two, but you want two game tops.
What would you also do? Y'all recommend or go with what Dr. Wood said?
I'm going with his recommendation.
All right, I have a motion on the table. Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Let's do a roll call vote on this too. Mr.
Gilman,
Gilman?
aye.
Patterson, aye.
Taylor, aye.
And
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Woods. right, next on the agenda is citizens period. I don't think I'm skipping anything, and unless somebody came in late and didn't put the name down, there's nobody signed to speak during citizens period today. Is that what I'm looking at? All right. So we're going to move forward. Okay, well, I only have one sheet. That's why I gave it. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually, you didn't mark anything, but that's fine.
I'm sorry. Did I not do it right?
Your name and your address, again, for the minutes. And you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Is that right?
No problem. Thank you very much. I'm Randy Shell, and I own the bookstore here in Wytheville. I'm back. Thank you for listening to me again. I wanted to bring up a few numbers. I've come. This is the third time I've actually come before the board to talk about the farmers market building being utilized for the public good here in Wytheville. And this time, I brought a few numbers. If we look at what the cost of that building is, and I looked up some of the tax records and that kind of thing, and I realized that since it's owned by the city, it doesn't pay property tax, but that's a cost to the people of Wytheville. I mean, they're losing that money if it was owned by somebody else, and that would probably be about $1,400 based on the tax records I looked at. There's also insurance costs for the buildings, utilities for that building. It listed on the tax records as 10,000 square feet, which seemed pretty big to me, but it's got to cost $300 a month to keep utilities going in that building, heat, electric, water, all of those things. So there's another $3,600 a month, plus maintenance on the building. So you're talking about, several $1,000s that the taxpayers are paying just to keep that building just like it is. It's utilized, by the way, exactly 36 days out of the year. There's also the loss of what it's costing you not to utilize the building. I checked with the conference center at the community college to do a conference there in a small space, probably comparable to that. They want $1,000 a day, and you needed to book it a year in advance to reserve a spot there, because they do a lot of business conferences besides just other conferences like Wytheville, the UFO conference, all of those things. So there's several $1,000s there that could be utilized. Also, if you look at drawing people into this town, these are all opportunities lost of money that could be coming into this town to help benefit the public. If you did a meeting there, and I can tell you a bookstore, a book fair, or any other festival, if they didn't draw 500 people from out of town, it's a flop. It's not a good show. But you get 500 people from out of town coming in here. Let's say they get 150 hotel rooms. At $130 a night, you're talking $20,000 influx into the town right there. You're looking at meals. They each eat 3 meals because maybe they're here overnight. They'll do 3 meals. You're talking about another $30,000 in meals. They're going to spend easily $100, to do 3 meals. That's easy. That's for 500 people. Plus, they're going to be going out for entertainment. They're going to hit the wine bar. They're going to hit Seven Sisters. They're going to hit JoJo's Attic. They're going to do all that. And that's going to bring also a lot more money. So we're talking in the tens of thousands of dollars we could be making. That's one show. If you did 5 weekends out of the 52 weekends out of the year, do the math. I mean, you could be talking $100,000 or more. And I have to tell you that I've been very disappointed with the way the farmers market has excluded any public events from their building. And I had people come into my shop when they had the Appalachian Fest, because they did a jam session. I don't know if anybody remembers they did a jam session down there at the farmers market. It was cold. They wouldn't let them in the building. So the people who were out there playing came into my shop to warm up and to say, hey, it's too, I've quit feeling my fingers after the first song. People aren't hanging around, and they're making us stay outside. They won't open the door, even though the building's already being heated at public expense. They won't open the door and let us in. So it surprises me that here we're fighting with the Millwald, because we're not fighting with the Millwald. We're working with the Millwald to make money, and yet we put in policies and we're supporting a contract that is sabotaging their success. And that just doesn't make any sense to me. And I tell you, I don't understand what is going on with the farmers market, to why we're having the public support to the financial benefit of a handful of people. The public's paying for that. And they refuse to in any way reciprocate and make it and support the town of Wytheville or the public. And I don't understand the politics in it. I will tell you, when I called in here, the first time I called in here to say I wanted to talk about the farmers market, I called the city manager's office. The lady who answered the phone said, well, what are you going to talk about? And I said, the farmers market. She said, I got to get somebody else to talk to you. She went and got the assistant city manager. The assistant city manager got on the phone and said, you want to talk about the farmers market? And I said, yes. She said, if you do, there will be negative repercussions towards you. And I didn't understand what that meant. I was like, what does that mean? There's going to be negative repercussions. And she said, yes. That was the assistant city manager here in town. That's what they told me. Okay.
But I did speak with them.
Yes. Well, let me finish. I'm almost done. And then please, and I will talk to you. It was, and it was a good, and I don't think she was in any way threatening me, but I think.
Your 5 minutes is up, please.
No. I cut it on.
He's the only one that signed up. Okay. I'm just asking him to finish up.
Okay. I think, and I have to say that I don't think she was threatening me, but I do think she was giving me what she thought was fair warning. I think she was concerned that my political naivety was going to get me in trouble. But I then have to wonder, what is the dynamic in that she would think that? And I got to tell you that I'm just, I mean, you've been elected and appointed to represent the interests of the people of Wytheville. And I think you have failed them miserably in this case. I really do. I just don't know what else to say about it. We've got a building that's open 36 days out of the year. They refuse to support and let anybody else utilize the building for the public good. And it's a public building that's costing the public money. Okay, and that's all I had to say. Do you want me to stay up here to answer any questions?
I do have a comment, if that's okay. I thought about when you came and spoke last time, so I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I didn't know that, in my mind, I was thinking not necessarily the farmer's market, but then the center on 4th Street. Didn't know if that might be an option. I do know they have, a nice upstairs facility.
Sure.
Plenty of parking too as well.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, it depends on what kind of show you want to do. If you want to do a really quality show, you need a quality building, not a basketball court. Okay, and this is a basketball court, which is great for local events. But when we're talking about bringing people from, further on the East Coast, from D.C. or maybe from Asheville and all that, you want to set your best foot forward. You really want to have a nice facility that they want to come back to. And I can tell you, you do it out there on the road, which we're talking about the community center. The problem is in there, they go back to their hotel when they want to take a break. They go to McDonald's or they go to Applebee's or one of those little one of the little restaurants there. People don't return to a town because they had a great experience in McDonald's. Okay, you want people to come back to this town, to plan on stopping here when they're coming back, passing through or going on vacation. They want to stop because there was a great little wine bar. There was a great boutique hotel there, not because there was a good Applebee's. And I get a lot of business in my shop from people who are on vacation, who travel through, who came here one time. And then now it's a pilgrimage for them. Anytime they're coming to head to Myrtle Beach from Ohio or from New York to Florida, they stop here because they want to come to my bookstore to buy, reading material. Because, and that's what we're trying to sell. We're trying to sell the town. We're trying to sell the uniqueness of our town. And that will bring us more and more business. as people travel. They remember, and they put it on the website, or they put it on the internet, Facebook. They say, hey, I stopped in this great little town. Man, they had a fantastic brew pub, man, I went to. They had a great bookstore. They had the Millwald was there. And that's what we want.
So can you elaborate a little bit more on what actually goes on with the shows that you have? I need a little bit more information.
Okay. Well, basically what happens with it,
Without the farmer's market space, I want you to elaborate on exactly what it is you want to do without talking about what the farmer's market has going on.
Okay.
I want to hear what it is that you have in mind specifically so that I can understand what it is
Sure, I'd be glad to. I've put out some feelers with a bunch of other book dealers, and I've had dealers from 4 states who are interested in coming in. And you set up booths. You bring your best stuff. You set up booths. We sell books, and we'd also be doing records and music. We'd have live bands come in to play. We would have somebody, and I've talked to a couple people, such as, I don't know how many people are familiar with, like Jim Lloyd from Rural Retreat and those, who would then also open it up if somebody wanted to bring in instruments to get them appraised. If they said, hey, I got Uncle Joe's old violin, I'd like to get it appraised. We would have appraisals. We'd have book appraisals. We would have those kind of things. And then people would come in and then they would hopefully shop and buy lots of stuff. You look at some of the festivals like the Boston Book Festival and those kind of things. You know, they literally bring thousands of people into those shows. People travel all over the country just to go to those shows. There's no reason why we couldn't do that here.
Okay, so I guess one of the things that concern me would be the capacities for the buildings.
Sure.
And when did you say you had 500 to thousands of people that come?
Yeah, you'd probably get at least 500 people at a portion, but that's 500 people who would be coming to the show to shop.
Okay.
As far as vendors go, you're probably going to have 30 vendors.
Okay, and so you said we talked about the 4th Street Civic Center. We discussed that.
Yeah.
So the 4th Street Civic Center it has a stage.
It does.
So I know you said that nobody wanted to be on a basketball court, but it does have some of the amenities.
It does.
That you would need for a band.
It does. That is correct.
So, I don't know how you feel about that, but I mean, to me, you would have the capacity and the space. It's fairly large inside of there. Yes, ma'am.
Part of the event planning group for this.
Come on up to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
State who you are.
So I am Lisa Shell and another owner of Oracle Books. And we have been working with an event planner, and we come from near Austin, Texas, and they have a book festival that occurs once a year, and it has grown over time along Congress Street Avenue. And initially, it was just under tents all up and down the street. And now they're utilizing all kinds of venues all up and down the street, like the theater, like the University of Texas, like trying to think of what else, but a lot of businesses, like let's say we have someone signing books and giving talks or giving, but what I'm getting at is then that we could expand into that space. We could maybe eventually down the road expand into the community center that we're talking about over there at the college. But to start off with, you want to put your best foot forward and use the nicest building that we can get downtown. We could go into Seven Sisters. Like, there's lots of options as you grow, but you start with your best. So I'm going to
thank you. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I think you're right. I mean, if we wanted to use that building, we could, but we're wanting to do a really quality show, and we want to draw people. We want to draw people from other states. We want people to come in here to spend money in this town.
I mean, you have adequate parking there, right outside the building. You have street parking. You have a parking lot. So I don't understand what would be wrong with that venue. If it was available to use, we would have to further discuss it with management to see the availability. But I don't understand what would be wrong with that venue. It's used for our Chautauqua Festival, and it's very nice.
It is.
We have vendors that set up in there, so I don't understand.
And for a local show, it's a great venue.
huh?
For a local show, it is a great venue. There's no doubt about it. Okay, and it could possibly be an option, but it's not the best option. It's just not. I mean, it's not as nice a building. It doesn't give the same from people coming from out of town. It doesn't radiate a up and coming a vibrant community. It's like every other town where you're using the basketball courts in the local gymnasium. I mean, that's.
Out for the farmers market.
As you recall, we just negotiated the lease with the farmers market this past year. And I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe if we were to renegotiate the contract, we have to notify them 60 days prior to the contract execution date. So whatever date we signed that with the farmers market board, with 60 days prior, we would renegotiate it.
I personally would not like to go back, just myself. I personally would not like to go back since we did the contract with the farmers market. Maybe keep this on the books when we go to. This is just me. But just because we've already signed that contract, right now there is the other option of the 4th Street facility. And then when we go around and we look at the contract again, and then maybe get some dates that you would like to rent it, and then we could maybe say, okay, 4 times a year, let's see how that goes. And like I said, that's just
Okay. But it's not just about me renting the farmers market. It's about opening up the farmers market for the community. That's really what it's about, is opening up the farmers market for the community. And I came to the board early enough that if they wanted to send notification to change the contract, they could have. And they made the decision they did not want to change the contract. And if that's the board's decision, and you guys are happy with it only being open for 36 days a year and only the farmers market using it, then just say so. And I won't waste my time coming in here anymore if that's really what you guys want for that space.
Well, I appreciate you because it opened my eyes up. I've not thought of that aspect for myself. But like I said, just for myself, I just would not want to change the contract this year. But like I said, we can have dialogue on it. I appreciate you coming. I really do. It's a great suggestion. You can talk about it. Just from my aspect.
Okay. All right. I've got nothing else.
I do not want to speaking for myself, we have a contract with the farmers market. I'm not going to renegotiate their contract right now. We've already set the terms and the conditions. We've signed that contract. But, I was willing to entertain the fact of using the 4th Street Civic Center. It's something that could be utilized for that. So, if you want to entertain conversation as far as the 4th Street Civic Center, I think that would be great. But right now, I'm not willing to renegotiate their contract. It would not be fair to them.
Okay, and I was just trying to be fair to people of Wytheville.
Have a discussion as far as the 4th Street Civic Center goes. We can have a discussion about that. And I don't know how much it would cost. I know you said is it the meeting center that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Costing $1,000
a day.
So there could certainly be some discussion with the 4th Street Civic Center. I think it's very accessible. It's easy to get to. It's easy parking. And like I said, if you have bands that are going to play, you have a stage for them to be on. That would allow you more space on the floor.
All right, any more questions?
Appreciate you coming.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you both.
All right, next on the agenda is new business. Town Manager Freeman, do you have anything?
Nothing at this time.
All right, thank you, sir. Town Clerk Sherry Corbin, any upcoming meetings and
Yes, ma'am, I have
reports?
several. The Tree Advisory Committee will meet on Thursday, November 14th at 8:30 a.m. in Conference Room A. The Wytheville Planning Commission will meet on Thursday, November 14th at 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. The Homestead Museum Advisory Board will meet on Friday, November 15th at 10 a.m. at the Jackson House. The Downtown Wytheville Incorporated Board of Directors will meet on Monday, November 18th at 5:30 p.m. at the Downtown Wytheville office. The Wytheville Redevelopment and Housing Authority will meet on Wednesday, November 20th at 12 noon at the Housing Authority office. The New River Regional Water Authority will meet on Thursday, November 21st at 10 a.m. at the Water Plant in Austinville. The District 3 Board of Directors will meet on Thursday, November 21st at 6 p.m. at the Marion office. And the next regular scheduled meeting of the Wytheville Town Council will be held on Monday, November 25th at 5 p.m. here in the council chambers. And of course, we just had a work session at 4:30 tonight on November 25th. And just as a reminder, on July 8th, the Town Council adopted a resolution that established the date, time, and location for all of our meetings for fiscal year 24-25. And in that resolution, we dispense with the December 23rd meeting of council due to the Christmas holidays. So just a reminder that that meeting has already been dispensed with. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is council member time. And start with you, Mr. Gilman.
I don't have anything at this time.
Vice Mayor.
Nothing at this time.
I will pass as well. Ms. Atkins.
Yes, I want to thank everybody that had a participation in the Veterans Day celebration yesterday. It was awesome. And we made it there. We got Councilwoman Johnson. And I'd like to see it. It was awesome. Love to hear the little kids scream USA and Happy Veterans Day. I would like the council to consider looking at a little bit of extra time for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Possibly the AM. I think that if they want half a day for Thanksgiving, and then I'd like to see all day for the employees traveling back from the holidays on December 26th. So just a half a day for the Thanksgiving and the AM, and then all day 26th.
Question. So half a day on November the 27th, and then a full day on December 26th.
And I could be wrong on the dates if anybody check me on that. Because Mr. Freeman, the town employees, do they get a holiday on the 26th, December 26th?
I don't believe so. I believe it's a half a day on Wednesday, the 27th, a whole day on the 28th.
Are you talking about Christmas or
Yeah.
Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving. And the Friday. So we basically get 2.5 days as is. We get a half a day on Wednesday, the 27th, whole day on the 28th, and a whole day on the 29th.
I'd like to see if the council would consider the half a day on the 27th. Is that what Mr. Freeman, in the mornings? You're already off the afternoon?
That's correct.
And then December, would like the council to consider the 26th, if you all are supposed to. For the employees who want to come back on the holiday.
We would be scheduled to come back on the 26th.
You would be scheduled to come back on the 26th. Is that what you said?
So that technically would just be like one.
If you come back on the 26th,
So you return on, you're off the 25th, and you return
We're off on the 24th and 25th.
24th and the 25th,
And
and you
that's it.
return on the 26th.
That's correct.
And so you would like to see them have the 26th as well for those who have to travel.
The 26th.
December, okay. I think I can entertain that. What about the rest of you? I can only speak for myself.
vote on it when she's
What
ready.
days do they get on the Thanksgiving? Help me out on the days.
We get a half a day on Wednesday, the 27th. We get a full day on the 28th, Thursday the 28th, which is Thanksgiving, and a full day on Friday the 29th. And Ms. Atkins is asked to extend the holiday to a full day on the day prior to Thanksgiving, which is the 27th.
Yes. And then Vice Mayor, I was asking if we could consider traffic holiday travel time for those going out of town on December 26th. I'd like to see have that day off as well.
It was like 2 years ago, maybe not, that we added the half a day for the Thanksgiving so that they could go home and cook for their Thanksgiving. That's what they requested. I mean, you were on the board. So
I'm just asking for this year, just if we could have the half a day,
Extended to full days.
extended to a full day. It would be 1.5 days for November and then December. It would be a half a day in November and then 1 day in December. I'd like to make a motion to that as well.
all right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any further dialogue? So I have some questions. So you're saying that you're just asking for this year, but before when we put it, it just continued. And so, I mean, guess I'm a little bit confused as to.
Well, it's just for this year, depending on how.
Sure.
It would be depending on how it falls next year. Yes, some will probably be unhappy because they'll probably have to come back on the 27th of December. But that's, they can take today or whatever. But yes, they would need to return to work just this year on the 7th. I was asking for December 26th this year and November 27th, because that should be off the whole day instead of just half a day. That's all I'm asking. I'm not for prior or next year, just for this year, just this. That's all.
Just to help Mayor Taylor out, the change you all made 3 or 4 years ago was to adopt the state's holiday schedule. And basically, because a lot of times the town offices would be maybe open and state agencies that we all work with wouldn't be closed or that sort of thing. So that is what changed the calendar permanently. And then I think there was a caveat in there that says, or any other days awarded by the governor or the president of the United States or something like that. But I think you all have the authority to do this as well.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I just wanted to clarify what the change was last time. You're welcome.
Well, one, I do appreciate you asking a little bit ahead of time.
And that was the suggestion you asked before.
Mm-hmm. So to give the town enough to get that ready and do all, because I guess it takes a lot with payroll and all those different things. So. Any other questions?
I think it's a good idea. Let's try it.
Do what?
Let's vote.
All right.
That wasn't me.
All right, no more further dialogue. All those in favor of what has been requested by Ms. Atkins?
It's a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Yes. Ms. Johnson?
Atkins, aye.
I'm going to go with Taylor, no.
Patterson, aye.
Gilman, no.
The ayes have it. Very good.
Thank you all.
What else on your, Ms. Atkins?
I think that's it.
Ms. Johnson?
I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Downtown Wytheville, Mr. Freeman, and all of the citizens that purchased the veterans banners. They're absolutely beautiful. I have seen pictures where family members are taking pictures underneath the banner that they purchased. And I just want to thank everybody that took part in the project. And the mailbox store printed them, and they look very nice. But I just want to thank everybody that supported the project. Without the citizens supporting it, we would have never been able to have the project. And I know that Downtown Wytheville, Charlie and Todd, they helped out as well, and Mr. Freeman. So I want to give thanks and also give thanks to the VFW commander and the American Legion commanders. They came in, we collaborated with them. I have to give them credit because they came in, they expressed their concerns, and I wanted to make sure that we did right by our veterans, and they came in, they made their selections, and I thought it was all but fair to let them make the selections that they wanted. And everything is just beautiful. So I am thankful and grateful.
I made my husband drive through there. He's a veteran, and he couldn't slow the car down enough to get a good look.
Oh, thank you.
So as I say, those of you in wrecks, you won't get tickets.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Johnson? Anything
That's
else?
it. I don't have anything.
All right. And there's nothing under miscellaneous. All right. So that's the end of our agenda. Council does feel the need to go into a closed meeting pursuant to 2.2-3711 A.1. Discussion regarding the performance of appointed employees. I need a motion.
So me.
Have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion and second. Is there any dialogue? Hear none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye as well. We will now go into closed session. Yeah. Now that discussion has concluded on this matter, we will reconvene in open session and take a roll call vote to certify that to the best of your knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meetings requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Only such public businesses matters were identified in the motion by which we closed the session and convened were heard. So I will need a roll call vote. I need a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
You need a roll call.
Roll call
Mayor.
just, oh, okay, just to come in, okay. Roll call vote, Councilwoman Johnson.
Johnson.
Taylor, aye.
Patterson, aye.
Gilman, aye.
Okay. We have one. Just let you go.
Madam Mayor, I have a motion to make, please. The motion to enter into a mutual separation agreement with the town manager, effective immediately, with the following serving as notice to the public of the town manager's severance benefits. In consideration of and in exchange for mutual separation, the town shall pay the manager the following. Number one, the balance of all unpaid compensation for hours worked through the execution of the contract. Number two, a one-time lump sum payment equal to 3 months of the manager's current annual salary. Number three, a one-time lump sum payment equal to the full balance of the manager's accrued vacation leave at the manager's current hourly rate of pay. Number four, a one-time lump sum payment, the full balance of the manager's accrued sick leave at the manager's current hourly rate. Number five, the town shall continue to provide the manager with insurance coverage for the remainder of November 2024 and provide continuous coverage at the town's expense for a period of 6 months beginning on December 1, 2024 and ending on May 30th, 2025, or until he obtains employment, whichever is less. Number six, council hereby authorizes the mayor to sign the mutual separation agreement and release of claims on its behalf.
Okay. We have a motion. I can't even think. I'm so sorry. So I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Need a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote. We'll start with you, Mr. Gilman.
Gilman, aye.
Patterson, aye.
Taylor, aye.
Johnson.
All right, so it's unanimous. There's nothing else to come before council this evening. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Ms.